Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. First item of business is we need to approve the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that was sent out? Nope. All right. If there are no changes, then is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll motion to approve the agenda.
Stephanie, is there a second?
Second.
Second, and all in favor of approving the agenda? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Wonderful. Next item is the approval of the minutes. The minutes were sent out. Did everyone have a chance to?
Actually, they're not ready yet, so minutes are not there, so I would actually request that those be.
I need to make sure they know that I'm there.
Oh, okay, absolutely.
Too, could we do roll calls so we can document who else here because we have some people online?
Yeah, absolutely, we can do that. So first, before the approval of minutes, we'll step back here and we'll do a roll call of attendance here. So going around the room first, and then Christine will go ahead and lead that up.
And really, Scott Hatfield, Mitchell Callahan,
Here.
Meg Hahn,
Here.
Ann Earl,
Here.
Valdez,
Here. Here.
Meredith Wells,
Here.
Ralph Conklin,
Here.
Julie Eliason,
Here.
Steph Trannell,
Here.
Catherine Harrington,
Present.
Scott Cutler,
Here.
Renee Hardman,
Present.
and I don't have online.
And Debbie is,
Yeah.
Debbie.
Which
yeah.
the,
You're not muted, Debbie.
Debbie's here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, is there anybody else on from the?
We have gentleman Larry, we have somebody from an office, and then a phone number, 515-29, whoever called in on a phone number, if you can let us know who you are. I don't believe that's one of our members.
You have a forum.
Fantastic. Okay, and then a request for the minutes to go ahead and be distributed at a later time. Is there a motion to approve that request? So moved. Moved. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. So then we will go ahead and proceed with the opening statement, and that is found in the last page of the bylaws here. Like to follow along. Welcome all to the historic West Des Moines Master Plan Steering Committee meeting. This committee is made up of independent volunteer citizens. The makeup of the committee was determined by the mayor and city council. The committee is not part of the city administration. The steering committee is served in its efforts by the city of West Des Moines staff. The committee's purpose is to partner with the city of West Des Moines to build interest, excitement, awareness, and community consensus around a comprehensive strategy for historic West Des Moines by representing the diverse interests of current businesses, residents, and investors. To work towards updating the master plan to address growth and redevelopment going forward into the future. Make recommendations and provide guidance to the city council on matters pertaining to the creation, revising, and implementation of the historic West Des Moines master plan. It is our goal that the meeting be orderly. We encourage discussion, but recognize the fact that there will be differences of opinion. We request that everyone is shown mutual reverence and discussions are conducted in a respectful manner. To ensure the meeting does not become unnecessarily lengthy, we ask that everyone's testimony be focused on new facts or evidence not already presented. If you wish to speak, please come forward, wait to be recognized by the chair, and then state your name and address for the record. Rules for public comment. Speaking members of the public should state their name and address prior to making their comments. Each member of the public will be given 5 minutes to speak. All statements at the meeting shall be directed to the committee, and cross-conversation among those in attendance is prohibited. Questions shall be directed first to the chair, who may then ask the proper person to answer, with such answer also being directed to the committee. When the opportunity for public comment is closed, the public may only address the committee if a question is directly asked to them. In closing, this committee does not make final decisions. All recommendations made will be forwarded to the Plan and Zoning Commission and City Council final action. Okay, so going forward, next we will open up citizens forum. And citizens forum is a time to bring anything to the committee that isn't already on the agenda. Is there anyone that would like to speak at citizens forum? Yes,
Can people hear me okay? With the mask?
You're fine.
you're fine.
Hi, I'm Jay. I live on Second Street. I would like to suggest that this committee recommend renaming the master plan from Historic West Des Moines Master Plan to the Valley Junction Master Plan for a couple of reasons. One, everybody who lives here calls it Valley Junction. No one calls it Historic West Des Moines. Two, calling it Historic West Des Moines kind of demeans Valley Junction by suggesting that Valley Junction is subservient to West Des Moines, when in reality, Valley Junction is the genesis of West Des Moines. It's the original town name. I think it would make more sense to celebrate that history rather than to diminish it. And three, it's just a heck of a lot easier to say Valley Junction.
Is there any feedback on that as to why it was actually called the West Des Moines Historic Master Plan? Because it actually encompasses more than just the Valley Junction Business District. It actually encompasses like the residents and from Railroad to Grand to First Street there. So it's actually that whole entire area. And it's not just kind of the Valley Junction. So I think that's why it was kind of called the Historic West Des Moines Plan, is to really encompass that entire area.
I live in that area. I live on Fifth Street. I still call it Valley Junction. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. And you're absolutely right. You know, Valley Junction, you know, is the genesis of West Des Moines, and we're very proud of that heritage. But yeah, it's just for the purposes of this committee, that's why it was called the Historic West Des Moines, because it encompasses more than just kind of that typical Valley Junction. Am I correct on that, Clyde?
Yeah, and we were doing an update of the plan that had been prepared previously. That was called Historic West.
I wasn't around to suggest the change of name.
But thank you for coming today and for your comment.
I appreciate your comments on that too, because as a matter of fact, for a lot of the projects that I do, the documentary work that I do, historical work that I do, a lot of times I'll put in my text and narratives and things like that, West Des Moines / Valley Junction. So they're always one, you know, they're recognized as, you know, together, and that identity remains. So thanks for that, your comment on that.
Nick?
Yeah, I'd like to stand up and thank Brad for the email we received. It looks like it helped because there's a lot more people here today. Also, I was wondering if there'd be a possibility the next time you send one out, getting agenda and minutes from the past meetings on those, so we know what we're up against. Looking forward to come into the meeting blind.
I think that's, go ahead, Brad.
So, well, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. What we'll be doing, continue to do, is send out those emails. And the issue that we're going to run into is the size of the agenda and the packet versus how much people can take in their email.
Mm-hmm.
So even with the email that I sent out, I probably got about 30 returned back to me that it was unavailable to be sent. So how we're attacking that is we have our website that is online. And on that website, we give a history of what's happened until this point, and then we give a date-by-date summary of what happened in previous meetings, along with the agenda and minutes from those meetings, and then the newer information will be out there as well too. And we'll add, to help address your concern, we'll try to have those uploaded to the website prior to the meeting so that you can get that. And then also, if I could just kind of also comment on the naming. One big thing about the naming from, I wasn't involved in the first rendition of this plan, but one big thing about the naming is trying to be inclusive. A lot of times when people have really hard definitions or boundaries for what is Valley Junction, and sometimes those residents are left out of it. And sometimes certain areas, you know, don't feel like they're a part of Valley Junction when in fact they are. So it's one of the very first meetings that we had, we talked about terms and definitions and what that means. And there's not a clear boundary for Valley Junction, but each individual have their own idea of what that boundary is. And so what we wanted to do was start fresh, make it clear that we're including everybody within this area. If you do consider yourself Valley Junction, or if you don't consider yourself Valley Junction, you still have a historical component that builds into the fabric of this area. And so that's another one of the reasons why that was decided on by the group. So with that, I'll kind of step back. Do you want to jump into the next thing, or?
Yeah, I was just gonna see if there was any other citizens forum.
One quick suggestion to build up Nick's is perhaps include
Address.
oh, sorry, Jason Kegley, First National Bank at 204 and a half Fifth Street. We're sitting at right now. Just to build off Nick's comment, including a hyperlink in the email. That way we don't have to deal with the attachment size, but it would allow us to easily find those items quickly instead of navigating the city's website, which, while a wonderful resource, is not the easiest place to read it.
Understood. Yes, we'll add a hyperlink to make it easy to follow email.
Anyone else for citizens forum? All right, and that would be the time and place.
Meredith, this is Debbie. Can
Yes,
you hear
Debbie.
me?
Sure can.
Just to reiterate what Brad said, from being a part of the original master plan, I asked the very same question that the first gentleman asked, and I was told exactly what Brad stated, and that is the Valley Junction was a core focus of the original master plan, but because it did involve areas that extended beyond what we commonly consider Valley Junction, it was named Historic West Des Moines. So that's what the explanation was given. And I don't know if it was the first meeting, but that's what was told to me. So that's why.
Perfect. Thank you, Debbie.
Mhm.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close citizens forum at this time and go on to our next agenda item, which is review and discuss proposed business modifications and site improvements for 111 Fifth Street. So Brad, did you want to go ahead and say something first?
And actually, first of all, good evening, everybody. Once again, Brad Munford. I'm with the city staff. And what I would like to do is, as always, kind of set the table for the discussion that we're going to be having. And again, that's to give you guys an idea of the landscape, approval processes and things of this nature. So the agenda item, as you see, is for a proposal at 111 Fifth Street. I can say with confidence that you guys are the first group or body that's actually looking at these plans. With that being said, there's a couple of things I want to make sure that you guys understand. The first is that we will still need to go through the development services review process.
Thank you.
And then that'll also go to Planning Commission and the City Council. So as you guys are already aware, what we are doing here, the work we're doing here is a recommendation that is basically an addition to whatever comments that'll come out of those review processes.
Brad, if I could add to the process a little bit there. Any recommendation you make will go to the Development and Planning City Council Subcommittee. And then that subcommittee will make a recommendation to the full council. And if the full council decides, yes, we want to go ahead and allow this project to go forward, then they would start the whole process that Brad talked about in terms of submitting site plan for approval, going through Plan Zoning Commission and City Council hearings for review of that project. So it's going to be kind of a long process, not something that's going to happen overnight.
Right, and that's exactly the point that I was trying to get at, is that there's a lot of different processes that they'll need to go to. You remember at our first meeting, we had that flow chart of development. It's in your binders. Kind of take a look at that. We're at the very top or beginning of that. Actually, we're before that flow chart that I gave you even started. So that's where we are with that. I'll stand for questions or let you guys.
Brad, go ahead.
Go ahead, Renee.
Okay, I just wanted the group to know too, in terms of planning and development services, I co-chair that with Matt McKinney. So I'm glad I'm here, can hear things firsthand. But Matt McKinney and I co-chair planning, development and services.
Yeah, that's subcommittee that Clyde alluded
That
to.
it will go through.
So my question is, has Linda reviewed any of this or has that been put before her to make recommendations for the building based on, as in the past where she's talked about things in terms of historical?
Well, I guess there's two things there. The direct answer is, no, hasn't been an official review by Linda. She's aware of it, but there's not an official type of a review that has been done at this time. The second thing is that Linda is not the only person that reviews that. It's a department that reviews these plans. And so I want to make sure that's clear because a lot of times what happens is that you have one individual and that one individual, everybody thinks that they're a czar or something like that. And I want to make sure that that's definitely not the case. She is a person that helps lead that discussion. But when it comes down to it, the Development Services Department makes those recommendations and such.
If this
Absolutely.
project was, the council decided, yeah, we're going to allow it to go forward, Linda's official title is Development Coordinator. So she's responsible for overseeing planners, and there would actually be a planner that would be assigned to this project to work with the applicant and anybody else to get it through the process. Now, the reason Linda gets called on a lot is she happens to be a registered auditor. And so we kind of fall back on Linda because of that special knowledge he has about architecture. But as Brad said, she's not the one that makes the decision. It'll be up to Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council.
Right. I guess the reason why I mentioned that is when she come to the neighborhood association meeting, she explained to us criteria that was used in remodeling Winchester, looking at some of the new buildings going up. And she used some criteria that isn't consistent with this particular proposal. That's why I was kind of curious if there had been any city input. I think at first.
Consistent with or not consistent?
There are things in here that are not consistent with what she communicated to us that she used in terms of criteria and determining what was best for the building in terms of elevations, height of windows, things like that. That's why I was curious. So that has not occurred.
No.
So at what point, so what are we technically really approving?
Making a determination whether or not you think this project merits going forward in terms of, are there elements there that you think that, yeah, let's play the process out. Just because it's allowed to go through that site plan approval process doesn't mean it's going to get approved. It doesn't mean there won't be changes to the architecture, layout, or anything else. So what the intent from the Finance Administration Committee was at least have a process where somebody wanted to make changes to a building prior to the design guidelines and whatever zoning ordinance changes we make getting approved, there would be a process.
So is this the only time the implementation committee will be seeing this particular entity? Okay, thank you.
Okay. So again, that kind of gives you guys an idea of what's going on. Once it does go to development services or we start that process in the future, most likely it'll go through as some sort of a modification to original site plan, either minor or major. Again, that'll go through council and again, just kind of look at the flow chart. I'll be more than happy to speak to you guys afterwards to point to the exact spot we are in the process and kind of go from there. So I'll stand for any more questions, and if there aren't any, I will let you guys begin the discussion and have the applicant.
Perfect. All right, I think let's go ahead and move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'd like to go ahead and bring up, we have Justin Burham from Simpson Architecture and Tim Ritma from Ritma Properties, and whoever else is with you that will be joining you, come and present the designs. And if you all want to introduce yourselves, that'd be great.
My name is Tim Ritma. I'm with Ritma Properties, and working with Scott Cutler, we are co-developing this. Working with Simpson Architecture, Tim Hickman, and Justin Burham. Substance. So we're going to have them present and answer any questions that we can for you at the end. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to introduce, I'm one of the three principals of Simpson's Architecture. What you see in front of you today looks very specific, but I want to tell you that this is specific mostly so that we can get feedback from you. Everything is up for discussion, everything from what it's made of, the size of the openings, what kind of, if it's brick, or column bricks should be. So that's the most important thing, is that this is really a format to get your feedback. So when we started working on the project with the developers, the original direction, so you'll see in this packet, there are kind of two pieces. We started out with the existing site plan. There is what we call the proposal, which is from page 3 through and 5, and then there's an alternate. And so I want to just tell you how this came to be. We started out with direction from the developers so this is, we're talking about 111 5th Street, it's the south. If we're on 5th Street, it's on the east side, and it's the southernmost building after you get past the sort of park, right? So the first direction we got from the developer was to look at the existing building, which currently has a pitched roof, which is quite a little bit different for the neighborhood, and look at ways to renovate the existing building, leave the building in place, change the roof line to be more consistent with what a typical West Des Moines one-story buildings might be, and leave the building in place. And so the proposal is that it's leaving the building in place, leaving the existing masonry wall in place, and adding brick to the base to change it. It's currently a painted concrete block building. And so we were working on this, and we spent some time down at the site. We looked at the corner. And I think one of the interesting things about that corner is the fact that it's both introducing the east side of 5th Street, but it's also where you have a choice to go east and to go to historic structures that are to the east of this building. And our judgment of the current condition was that it currently is kind of a little blockade. It's a very solid kind of cream, light gray building, and that it comes all the way out to the property line and is a little bit of a blockade to what's happening to the east. So we discussed with the developers a possibility of also looking at an alternative that actually replaces the building with a building that comes further to the north. It doesn't come all the way to the south property line. The reason being to try to move some public occupation to that south edge to kind of introduce the possibility of people going to the east, opening that up and making it feel more public. We debated a long time about whether that would merit your attention. Certainly the intention of all of this is to be respectful. I'd be very interested in Mr. Hammond's question in hearing anything that doesn't appear to comply with other sort of architectural best practices. It's certainly our intention to try to make this project respectful and to improve the neighborhood is really the whole project. We're very excited about hearing any kind of feedback that the committee has of how we could improve these two alternatives. So that's my introduction. Justin's going to walk through with you, and I'm going to be kind of Vanna White and hold up and so you can see what page and we'll go through the specifics with you. Any general questions before we dive in? Yes.
Is there one plan that you would prefer over the other plan to give us some guidance?
I know that the developer, I'm going to speak for these guys, and I know them well enough to know that they will stop me if I am not representing them appropriately. We really want to do what the committee feels is the best direction. Personally, I think that this is an important point, and the idea of the building pulling back somewhat from the corner where it is now seems like an opportunity to maybe encourage activity to the east of the site. But, again, that's part of the conversation with this group about whether that, one, is it a good goal, and actually is what we're proposing helping that or not? I would leave that to the committee.
When you say pull back the building, do you mean tearing down the building?
Yes, so the alternate, really the only way, we looked at, could we tear down the south, so the cell phone, they're the user that's currently in the south portion of that existing building. We looked at, could we demolish a portion of the south part of the building and also replace the brick on the west side and replace the roof structure? And the reality is, by the time that you do all of that, you've pretty much taken down a lot of the integrity of the building. And so really to do it, I think it would be taking the building down, which is some of the reason we were hesitant whether this committee would consider. So certainly that's part of it.
Well, my feeling is we have a moratorium on all tear down and facade changes, and that's put in place for a reason. And letting one person do whatever he wants, that's going to open up the door for other developers to say, well, he got to do this. I want to bring a proposal to you to let us do this.
Yeah,
I mean, that's certainly.
I was just gonna say, with the idea of the moratorium is, and I actually have
Please explain.
the wording right here. If there are certain projects, in the revised version of the moratorium, it says that they can be brought to the city for those projects to get basically permission during this moratorium. And that's when Finance Administration said, okay, well, let's bring those projects to the steering committee first in order to get them to sign off on it. So that's what's happening. That's what happened with the bathrooms. That's what's happening with this project. If there are other projects that want to happen during this moratorium, they will have that access as well, and those privileges as well.
So the moratorium is just a saying. I mean, anybody can come and the city council can just override it and let them do what they want.
Can we get clarity on the exact date that the moratorium ends as it was agreed to?
Renee, it's November 1st is the expiration date of the moratorium. Is that correct?
That's what I, is that right, Brad?
Yes.
I'm sure there's a whole lot of dates on a lot of, so I have November 1st.
And I think what we can do is, I think that's a whole nother discussion in itself that I think we can get to later on in this discussion, once we get into the committee discussions. For now, I think we'd like to go ahead, unless there's any direct questions about what they just said, continue the presentation, then there might be some more answers or questions that are answered through this. And then after their presentation, we will have an opportunity for public comment as well. And then the conversations will come back to the committee as well. Nate, did you have something to say?
Oh, I just have a question on some.
Absolutely.
So you're taking off the existing roof structure.
So in the first proposal, so the first part of this package would be maintaining the concrete block facade on the west and the south, and taking the roof structure off, reframing the roof to be a flat roof, it's actually a low slope roof, more similar to a lot of, when looking at the drawings, if you think about across the street on the west side, there are a couple of masonry, one-story buildings. We looked heavily at those to try to look at the amount of opening, the amount of masonry, and kind of tried to take those as a sort of guidance. And so it would, in the end, it would be similar in that it would be a brick facade that goes up above the roof and then a low slope roof that's not visible from the streets.
So that's on the first proposal.
You can see that page 4, the bottom, so the bottom shows what the building's elevation currently looks like. You can see there's a small gable, and then this is actually a sloped roof facing you as well as this.
How much demo are we actually, how much of that building percentage wise is going to come down? So what are you doing? You going back and setting wood roof structure? Or are you going back into set steel at that point?
I think it would be wood is what we've looked at with the structural engineer. So what exists between the two is the masonry wall, which will be extended. So the masonry wall actually is taller in the future. And yeah, so both the roof and the structure that supports the roof would go away and would be reframed. And there's also other masonry walls on the east side and south side.
Okay, so
The outside.
as for the structure of the roof, this whole building, what's the percentage you're taking out of this? Is this 50% of the building you're taking out to do that?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess this might be a good time to transition by backing up to the beginning. And so what I'm gonna do, I'm Justin again, and I'm gonna start with page 1, and we're just gonna kind of, slow down and go through this, and hopefully that'll give us a little clarity going into this. And as Tim mentioned, we really are presenting two different sets of opportunities. One is the opportunity to save as much of the existing building as possible. Another, the plan A, the proposed option, the original proposal, and plan B is the alternate, which is an opportunity to rethink where the restaurant goes on the retail. But both are focused on, things that, it's focused on the ground level of Valley Junction. It is a one-story building, and it's just thinking about parking, it's thinking about those kind of things. So.
And there's one other, I should have said this at the beginning, the current building, when the historic district was established, this was considered a non-contributing building to the historic neighborhood. So.
And when was it built?
I'm not actually sure. Excellent
Okay.
question.
But I was going to ask earlier if it was a contributing building.
Considered a contributing.
And then could you also real quick go over the condition of the building as it is, the structural, has it been taken care of? Are the systems okay?
I think it is, Tim, as the developer.
I can answer that. It's a heavily used building. Systems are 20+ years old. So all mechanical, electrical, plumbing is in need of repair.
Sure.
So roof is in pretty well, so.
Okay, thanks.
It's not an imminent collapse or.
Correct.
Right.
Hi, this is Jennifer Hampton, and it is a contributing building, according to Jim Miller. And also, it was built in like 42.
I apologize if that's the case. We were.
It's not actually. The nomination for the National Historic Registry has it listed as a non-contributing building. So that is actually.
What does that mean? I'm sorry. What does a non-contributing building mean versus a contributing building?
So this building had too many modifications for it to be contributing to the historic district. There is, just a side note too, on this list of non-contributing buildings, some buildings can be reversed so that they can be contributing. Next to this one, instead of yes, no, there's actually a question mark on the nomination for this, that it may potentially be able to be a contributing building.
Interesting.
And by saying it's a non-contributing building, I do not want you to interpret that as saying it's not valuable.
Right.
It's just, I only mention that as it relates to the historic. So the historic district, when the historic district was established, part of the nomination is it goes through the whole district. It identifies what properties are considered part of contributing to the nomination of the merit of the neighborhood as historic. And just because something's not listed does not mean it's not a valuable building. It just means that either it's been altered extensively, or maybe it's too young, less than 50 years old. It certainly doesn't mean it's not a good building, but it's not part of the historic contributing part of this.
And then question,
Is that a fair?
And then do we have restrictions around contributing buildings and what we can and cannot do to them?
We don't currently have a historic preservation ordinance.
If I can chime in, just a couple things here. The first is, when we talk about district, the term district, there two different districts that we're talking about. There's one district that we call, you know, the Valley Junction area, the district, historic Valley Junction, that we do as a community that is, you know, for marketing. We kind of geographically identify an area, and that's what we kind of call it. Then there is what's actually listed on the National Historic Registry. That National Historic Registry district is what the applicant is speaking about now. And so, with that being said, there was, we had discussions about that prior, and I tried to give some information on that to you guys. But that's kind of how that plays out there a little bit. I forgot the second question there.
Like typically, like if you go for like historic tax credits, then they kind of set more guidelines on what you can and can't do.
Right, so for those buildings that are within the national district, there are those other requirements that are there for them. But also there are financing and money that's available from the federal government to offset some of those costs of keeping it historical as well. So there's a give and take.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Meredith?
Yes.
So this would kind of be a parallel to the historic Valley Junction master plan as opposed to the historic West Des Moines master plan. There is an expansion of historic Valley Junction to name the master plan historic West Des Moines because people identify with many areas that are adjacent to historic Valley Junction as part of, you know, literal historic Valley Junction as part of Valley Junction. So even though it may not be part of the official naming of historic Valley Junction in terms of the process we went through to codify it as a district, these buildings are associated with them and are very valuable to them.
Yes, absolutely. I don't think anyone's fighting that, but as far as the question was raised, was it a contributing building on the National Historic Registry, and it is not. But yes, Debbie, absolutely. They are very, all of our district is very valuable.
Absolutely.
Yes, you may continue.
We'll try and go through this pretty quickly. We certainly want to open that up to questions from the group.
Yeah, so I'm going to start on page 1. Again, this is the existing site plan, the thing that we want to point on page 1. Right now, behind the existing building and the building to the southeast, there's kind of a parking space. Both of the buildings use that general open area for parking. That's important to keep in mind as we flip to as you can see, the first approach from a site planning standpoint keeps the cell phone shop yard in place, but then adds a restaurant. So this is one of the things that, again, the building needs to be adapted to accommodate a restaurant. That restaurant is desired to have a patio. The patio on this is built out to the east side, which takes up some of the previous parking space area. So that's the nuts and bolts of the plan. The third page is just an enlargement of that, and showing,
That's been represented.
This street on the south side of the page, this is just again showing a restaurant and where we think the kitchen footprint might go. Again, this is very preliminary, but anytime you have a kitchen, you need to think about mechanical equipment, things of that nature So, page 4 is architectural jargon and the fenestration, already of the windows. As well as on the bottom, it shows the existing building. On the top, it shows the proposal. And our firm, I think, before we get into the aesthetics of it, we also worked on the Winchester. So when we think of, what this might look like and how it fits into the district and some of the concerns that Mr. Haskins, you brought up, it's really, it's a similar approach to that. We're going storefront on the bottom, storefront on the bottom, and a brick building, which again, at this point is clad in essentially one brick is the main cladding, but that could have any number of approaches. The other thing I want to point out about this one is very subtle. The current building is about 6.5 inches. It's one step off the sidewalk right now. And so again, remember we have the inset entry. If we keep the floor as is, we're doing that. That's not necessarily a, I guess, contemporary best practice for accessibility to the building. So we could be looking at that floor as well in the approach to the building.
Can I just make a comment?
Sure.
Just my opinion, the top building looks nice, but the bottom building has personality. It'd be nice if we could have the top building's windows, but the bottom's roof design, because it gives it some personality. The top building is just flat.
And
just plain.
Couple comments on why it looks the way it does. You'll see 25 feet marked out on this elevation. 25 feet is the typical. Okay. Again, we said across the street, there are masonry buildings that are 1 story. Those are 25-foot storefronts. So the intention here was really to look at the neighborhood, to look at historic contributing properties in the neighborhood and try to bring elements of those into this design. Again, if anyone thinks that's not the right approach, we're happy to hear about it, but that's why it looks the way it does. Also, what color it should be. You can see there's some options for bricks here, but that's all up for discussion and debate. In here, you'll also see we took these bricks to neighborhood buildings to show bricks colors in place, and we can talk about that as well when we get to that.
When are we going to talk about that?
When we get to that page, so just in a moment.
About 4 more pages. All right, so then the next page is the alternate site plan. So this one, again, the focus being on where's the patio, where's the restaurant. Again, the first opportunity saves as much, and we can, as Earl thought about, maybe when we get the questions and answers on the first option, but for now, this is the other option or opportunity again in terms of where the restaurant's at is what we're on in this option. And so again, previous option built the patio to the east, which altered the parking between these 2 buildings on the east. This preserves that parking and moves the patio to the south. We've already talked a little bit about part of that thinking is to add some semi-public or some activity to the railroad place on the south. So that's potentially an opportunity here. Again, looking to the next plan is the plan similar to before, the street on the south side rotated. It all fits on one sheet on the patio is not going out to the north, but the again, same things, showing the square footprint, the footprint of the kitchen, also the retail, that parting wall can move if it needed to be bigger or smaller, but
and in both of these proposals currently, the area shown as patio shows a shade structure. That is also something we're very happy to hear your opinion about, whether it would be better for it to be totally open with like umbrellas and no structure or have a structure. The current drawings show a kind of shade structure in those areas.
And that drawing takes out the tenant that's already there.
The tenant actually would still be in the building, but they would move to this space on the north side. So it just swaps the tenants. It would change their physical space, but it gives them almost exactly the same area, different shape.
Elevation for this one. Again, Tim just mentioned it before. The idea is to create 2 discernible types of use, and so it's doing that while also acknowledging the module 25 feet on the north front, and the retail building to begin on the north side. So,
And above, so you'll see there's kind of a pattern in the upper part of the brick wall. This was, again, our attempt to look at adjacent buildings. Many of them have a kind of decorative brick pattern above the storefront. This was an attempt not to copy it, but to be sensitive again to the historic fabric of the neighborhood.
And then this is kind of the, what technical people say, but it
The architect.
The dark gray area is the existing concrete block. So on your left-hand side is, this is a comparison of the proposed versus the alternate option. Left-hand side proposed, right-hand side alternate approach. Right now, the existing concrete block is built out to the property line, not surprisingly. So if we're to reclad this building, then we are building out from it with whatever that cladding is. The best case scenario would be, we need interfacing brick in front of it. The brick, if it's thinner, is 2.5 inches. But if we were to use a different size brick, or if we were to put the insulation for the building built on top of that, what is going over the street could be more. But we want to. This is, the best case scenario for recladding the concrete block.
The reason that this is an issue on the left is because of the fact that the building's concrete block wall comes very close to the property line. Is that what we would typically do is use standard modular brick, which you see here. It would be coming out into the public right of way to add that standard brick onto the building. It's possible if we were able to get a variance, but or an easement. Thank you. But we want to be sensitive to what's appropriate. So also possible to do thin brick. Thin brick now comes with corner units, so it really does look like full modular brick, but it's something we probably normally wouldn't suggest, but in this case, because of the location so close to the property line, we want to bring that as one of the issues. There are many issues for you to address, so that's one more.
Is it the thin brick like a veneer? Is it applied to the surface of the building?
It would be applied, and it would be mortared and struck in the same way that a standard brick would be. So it is real brick. It's not fake brick, but it's about 5/8 of an inch thick as opposed to what you can see with a standard modular brick.
Okay, so what's the air gap? Is that an actual space? Or because
typically it's mortared right onto so it would not be an air gap, and we would insulate on the inside. So that's kind of what the left drawing shows. Whereas a more typical brick construction is on the right, where you would have an air gap between the insulation and the brick.
To give you an idea of this type of material, and most people don't even realize it, the Home Depot is actually a brick veneer. It's not an actual solid brick. And most people would say, oh, it's a brick building. So
if it's detailed well, which we would certainly work very hard to make sure it's detailed appropriately, you really would not know the difference as a visitor to the building if it were the veneered brick or standard modular brick.
So the image on the right-hand side of the sheet is just showing major differences where the insulation of the building happens. And the building on the right is a better performing building in terms of loss and energy and things of that nature. But that's we just talked about, we would improve or we will handle some of that with the existing.
So we're now to the brick.
The brick, and I mean, look at this sheet, but we can also look up here. I want to say the names first, but I feel like the lines like there's red, there's cranberry. But then Napa Valley is actually the one that in this image is the biggest brick in all of our image.
And you can see that it is what's called a blend. It's not a single color. Almost all the buildings in Valley Junction are old enough that they were made in beehive kilns and they naturally have a blend of colors. So we think that makes sense to do a building that has a blend of colors.
And then the last one is wood. And so, yes, there's from red to browner, and this is, I think, our early preference, but
That's totally, up in the air. So if you look at these photos, I want to identify the buildings. You've seen the photos. So on the top left, this is actually the corner where 2AU at 205th meets the building. So 2AU is the dark brick and a little bit of the blonde brick meeting the ranged brick to the right. And you can see that a number of these give you a sense of that ranged color, many colors of brick. The next over is Historic City Hall next to, and I'm not sure what the blonde brick building is immediately to the left. It's almost a glazed kind of golden colored brick. The next, right on the top is 138 and 136, Momair and the Irish Shop. Momair on the right, almost a green colored brick with sort of a burgundy colored grout, which is really unique. 125 is down to the bottom row to the left. 114 Cindy's is in the middle on the bottom. And then the bottom right is actually the pylon, the base of the pylons of the archway. That's the entrance to Fifth Street on the extreme southern end, very close to this building. And so you can see all of these, kind of strange how different they look in the photographs, but in daylight, each of these four colors shown with the context of those other buildings.
so it will be a red brick paired with we have two different kinds of storefront here, a dark storefront, and proposed, I shouldn't say will be, but we're proposing, this is the black storefront. This is the dark bronze storefront, almost black, but, so all of these econometric drawings are essentially, it's how we rendered them this meeting. So Axon of the first option, again, showing the patio space on the east and the parking area. The next drawing is a flat rendering of what would be on Walnut Street. Red brick, black storefront. But the next drawing is the corner. See the historical brick embellishments on the top of the windows, as Tim had mentioned.
So in this is proposed. The windows to the left would be restaurant. The windows to the right would be the retailer, this retailer.
And which page are you on, just to make sure?
No.
Okay. We are.
Patio.
Yeah, is that really?
And perspective.
Patio at the top, right? Or the left?
We are on perspective proposed with each patio.
Okay. I'm in the right side. Thank
Sorry,
you.
we should have.
What's?
We should have numbered everything.
The windows, they have the white coverings. You're saying that's more for the restaurant?
I think that is showing potentially window coverings.
Okay.
So it's,
What would this area be? You said restaurant?
the restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then now on to Axon alternate is south patio. Again, you can kind of see restaurant is moved to the south side, retail is on the north side. And just for comparison, the next sheet is elevation rendering. Alternate view of what's on Fifth Street. And the final page. Especially with patio on the south.
And the main reason I think that we wanted to show the committee the second alternative was to ask the question whether by putting a more social space on the south side of this site, whether it's an invitation to the other activities to the east. And that really sincerely is a question we just would love to have your feedback. Oh, sorry, that took a while, but we wanted to make sure we were going through it.
I'm impressed. I mean, thank you for being here. Substance did the St. Kilda building. They did the Dart Central Station, Principal Riverwalk Pavilion and Pump Station. I mean, you've done a lot of key projects in our region and you do great work. So this is beautiful and I'm just so impressed. I'm impressed with your nod to the history, your research, you know, how you're really trying to preserve the look of the area, but also this is going to attract a lot of people, right? And this creates our vibrant community. I think it's beautiful. I love the patio. That would be where everybody, especially on farmers market nights.
I mean, more than anything else, regardless of the feedback that we get from this committee, our intention is to do something respectful for the community that's actually a contribution. If this committee agrees with that, that would be great, but also, you know, that is our intention to come up with something that is a contribution to the neighborhood.
With the insets part of that too, then?
That and we kind of we established for ourselves a set of design goals specific to Valley Junction that we felt were important. You know, one is that the building maintain be built right up to the property line. All of the buildings in the historic portion do build up right to the property line. Part of the challenge with that is the building code does not allow your exit door to swing onto the sidewalk. So the insets, most of the buildings in Valley Junction have them. And it is both a nod to the historic fabric, but it's also making sure that the building plan reviewer will give us a building permit because we can't have that door swinging out into the sidewalk. Yes.
I would like to say that I think it's a great rendering as well with the south patio. I think that is a wonderful way to welcome people to our neighborhood, much improved over what's there. A couple of things I would note. First of all, I would be in favor of not encroaching onto the public right of way there and taking down the initial cement block so that we can do that in the correct way and so that we aren't dealing with that every time a new project comes up, having to say, well, this property encroached, so now we would like to. And also you mentioned if you keep the floor that is there now, there are going to be accessibility issues. I think in general, Valley Junction is not accessible.
And we would have to deal with that.
Anything we can do to make it zero entry or make it accessible would be great.
And I think too, before we get too far, Clyde, yes, go ahead.
There was a question asked about the age of the building. I looked it up on the assessor's records. It said it was built in 1960.
Perfect. We will have an opportunity to ask some more questions and everything too. But before we open up for public comment, I too just want to thank you for coming here and presenting that. And also wanted to congratulate you all as well, because I recently heard that the St. Kilda project got an individual nomination on the Historic National Registry. So congratulations, because prior to that, we only had 2 buildings down here that had that. So this makes our 3rd building down here that's on an individual nomination. So that is very great. So congratulations.
I'm really glad you brought that up because I was going to save it to the end, but I'm so glad you did because that is really significant for our area. And it's just phenomenal recognition. It really is. And so I too want to thank you for being here. I appreciate your thoughtfulness of asking for comments and you know, to see the brick laid up against all the other buildings. I've been on city council for 4 years. I've never seen that. So I think that's that extra step of really trying to ensure that the color of the brick is in alignment with what out there exists. So I am a visual So having and seeing that visual helps tremendously. So I just want to say, I really appreciate you being here. I really appreciate the renderings. I appreciate looking at this. Of course, this group gets to weigh in on much of that. But the notion of trying to be respectful of the area, I think resonates. I'm just sharing my opinion. I don't know others. I can only speak for myself. And I like that this is not any tall kind of thing, because that was a concern of anything in terms of things being excessively tall. So I still need to look at things and process it, but I appreciate just having choices and options and visuals that help.
Thank you, Councilwoman. It gets very hard to evaluate these bricks just sitting on a table.
Oh.
I want to give you something to allow it to be a little bit more.
So at this point, we will go ahead and open it up to public comment. So anyone that is sitting in the room here first that isn't already on the committee will have a chance to speak. And then if there are people on the phones too, then they will have the opportunity to speak. And then once public comment is closed, then the committee will be able to discuss these designs as well too.
You can give your name and address too.
My name is Sarah Kellenbeck. I live at 602 Fifth Street. And Clyde, I'm going to have to argue with you. Our house was listed 20 years newer than the actual build date. You cannot trust the Polk County assessor.
Just telling you what these.
No, I understand, but they have a tendency, I think, to throw a dart at a wall and take whatever year it hits on the wall. Thanks.
Anyone else for, yes.
Yeah, I'm Ann Al, and I have my business at 200 Fifth Street. So I was the first brick example that was shown. And I recognized it before. But I think this is really exciting. I particularly like the idea of the tear down and rebuild so that we could put the patio on the south end. And because it's, my understanding is that would not be able to be allowed if it wasn't torn down, correct? And I think that this just is so welcoming to Fifth Street and to enter into that area. It's also going to be a lovely place for the people that live down here to entertain. And one of my first thoughts was we put so much energy into lighting the Railroad Park. And this allows someone to sit and enjoy and really soak in what we have in Railroad Park, because right now I drive by it sometimes on my way home, but I don't really get to sit and enjoy that. And I think this also gives us a great opportunity to really be able to soak that in and relish all the hard work that was put into putting that whole project together. Plus, I think having the restaurant towards the street is more inviting. And then I think that gives a nice continuity for the cell phone business to move on then, on down the street. And they're a destination type of business. They're well-known. So they don't need, we all need visibility, don't get me wrong. But I don't think this would hurt their visibility as far as the kind of business that they would get by just changing the storefront and the way that their business is identified. But I think it's so pleasing. I love all the historical elements. The color of brick that you chose really does blend nicely with the rest of the street. And I just think, I just really hope that this would go through, because I think it'd be a wonderful addition to Valley Junction.
And you're at 200?
I'm at 200 Fifth Street. I'm right on the corner, 2AU.
Okay.
Any other public comment? Nick?
Yeah, a couple of comments.
Name?
Oh boy, where do I start?
Name and address.
Well, you want 5 minutes. Here you go.
You get 5 minutes.
By getting an approval tonight, does that allow Mr. Cutler to bypass the moratorium and start and be able to say, yep, this is a done deal? Or is he still gonna have to wait?
No, as I pointed out before at the beginning, this is just a recommendation that this board is giving. It'll be going to the planning and zoning subcommittee, which is a subcommittee of the city council. They'll be looking at it and they would make a decision on if it's something that they'd be willing to move forward to the full planning commission and city council or not. So no real decision.
You're starting the process by passing this, you're starting the process, the normal process to. No.
What it does is, as Brad pointed out, goes through Planning and Development Council Subcommittee.
Yeah.
They make a recommendation to the full city council whether or not to allow this project to go forward.
So like I said,
But
this allows the normal process to begin.
no, normal process would start if the council says, yes, you can go ahead and proceed.
Okay, so the council booted it down to here?
I didn't understand.
Did the council boot it down to here to get their approval then to move on?
Okay, no, that's not the process that at least we've been had identified to us.
Okay, because the way I understood it, we're a month away from the moratorium ending. It could be extended, it could be dropped. If dropped, I see the committee ending. So from the minutes that I've read from Brad's, or what notes I read from Brad's email, this committee really hasn't done what the council set out to do, which was to get together. So you're gonna look at a plan and say, yep, this fits, that doesn't fit. How is this working and how is this meeting the goal of what the council originally laid out for this committee? Thirdly, the building's okay. The first edition is okay. There's some design things that I disagree with. One is all you contractors nowadays building new buildings want to go floor to ceiling windows. Knee windows fits the neighborhood. A knee wall under the windows fits the neighborhood. A little more brick design is nice. I mean, that's clear. That's fine. But my real question is, how is this approving project on the committee build its original goal of being able to set design standards, building council is. Thank you.
So you've tackled a couple questions there. I tried to jot them down as best as I could, so you might have to remind me of some of those there.
You're gonna respond to that, Clyde?
All I can say is the Finance and Administration Council Subcommittee, when it was brought before them, well, we have a project we'd like to go forward. What is the process? The committee laid out what the process would be to potentially allow somebody at least to get in front of this group and get in front of Planning and Development Council Subcommittee and the full council to decide whether or not they would allow that project to go forward. So.
Why did it ever get there, though?
I'm sorry?
Why did it ever get there, though? I thought it was pretty clear that no new projects were supposed to be.
Anybody can basically bring stuff before a council subcommittee. So put in front of them on the agenda and we made a decision.
It was put on FNA.
Yes.
Okay. So
It was
FNA.
brought up Finance Administration Council Subcommittee.
Okay. So Russ Trimble and Hudson would have made a decision to have this project considered, but come before this group to have some input.
They laid out a process for any project to go forward, not just specifically this.
Right, okay, but that it would have this committee's at least review of some of the elements of trying to make sure that it fits within the historic nature of the neighborhood,
Well, that
kind of.
that's, I mean, it's not my place to judge architecture or the design elements of the buildings and stuff, okay? So that was up to them to present something that they thought that would be acceptable to the committee.
Gentlemen, is, okay, the knee wall, I didn't even think about that. Is that a possibility?
Absolutely. And I think, again, if you look back at the neighborhood, so knee wall, where you get a storefront and often maybe 24-inch high masonry wall with the glazing starting at that point as opposed to going all the way to the ground. I do, good comment. All I have to say about that is it's good.
Yeah.
I do think it would add, and the height of the knee wall varies. I think we would look at the neighborhood to try to look at kind of what's most common as guidance. But that's certainly something we would be open to. The other reality of it is it helps things like snow removal. So, if your aluminum storefront's not the greatest thing to jam your shovel into, there are other benefits to it as well. Excellent comment.
And Nick Waggy, to address some of your other things, you mentioned that after the moratorium is finished, that there won't be a need for the committee, but yes, we still have other tasks that we are doing, obviously you were there when we met with Tesca, and so there will be a process for doing the design guidelines and the other, I think, 20 points on the scope of work that we outlined for the purpose of the master plan steering committee. So it is a process, but that is happening. And so these are actually additional meetings that we are having on top of what we are doing for the normal steering committee, that we are approving these projects here. Does that answer some of your questions? Okay. What now?
Are those public meetings?
They're all public meetings. Yeah. And that information is shared like via your representatives. I think I saw some like on your neighborhood residential Facebook pages. We send them out to our business and property owners when the meetings are, there's a Teams link, there's a phone link. So yeah, all those meetings are always open to the public, and we welcome that participation. Renee.
I just wanted to say too, and I really appreciate the comments that the gentleman has raised, because I think that maybe others have similar kinds of questions. This moratorium does have a date of November the 1st. And again, I agree. It doesn't mean that this committee is disbanded after that, because there is so much more work that I think needs to be done with the whole area and all of that. But it didn't put a halt to discussion of things that might happen after the moratorium. And so it did allow for this group to be able to be exposed to projects that are in the works or may be in the works, and start thinking through the considerations rather than waiting to November 15th and start looking at this. So the moratorium did not put a halt to discussions and thoughts and ideas being presented and input being sought after. So it may not be that this project may not start until after the moratorium. I don't know what's going to come to us and what's going to come to us for consideration. But I just want to make sure that people know that the moratorium didn't put a stop on discussion and input and seeking advice and counsel and thoughts on potentialities of buildings in the area.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And thank you for bringing that up. I think that's a very good point.
One quick comment to make on the committee and stuff too, that helps put things in perspective, is that we're really an opinion committee. So we come together, we give feedback, it's opinions. The city does not have to listen to us. I mean, hopefully they will, and hopefully they will honor that by letting this committee exist. But as far as formal processing, we're here all just to give our opinions and present it. And that's really all it is at the end of the day, but while valuable.
Yeah.
To clarify, that's the reason why I asked that question earlier. You'll still have the input as a citizen through planning and development with the city council. So all those processes that gives you an opportunity to agree or disagree with the project are in place. This is just the one additional component that starts the conversation to make sure that somebody's honoring what we like to see as historic Valley Junction.
Sure. And hopefully we're a step ahead though, and that people aren't continuing to go. No, you get early input here and then that process has already been done once it moves to the next section.
The other part of that, Renee, it's possible the moratorium gets extended and we continue with that until we get our development plan put together. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. If that's what the direction the council wants to go, that would need to be voted by the council. Whether that moratorium is going to continue and we have to decide. So, yeah, I think that's possible. I mean, that is something that could come forth to the council, but they would need to decide whether they want to extend that.
To get back to our agenda item, let's go ahead and see if there's any more public comment here. And just for clarification, can we get clarification on the renovation versus demo on the proposed versus the alternate plan? Because I think there may be some confusion among some people here as well too.
Okay, so the option that you are seeing on the plan that you see on page 2. This is the building, maintaining the current size it is now. It comes all the way to the southern property line. That is not a demo, although, as was pointed out, the roof structure and a lot of the components of the building, not the exterior wall, but a lot of the components of the building will be coming out and being replaced. So that is what we're calling proposed. And page 2 and then page 4 shows the elevation of that option.
Yep. And then
the other option starts on page 5. The biggest difference between that the southern wall is pulled back 10 feet to allow the patio to wrap the east and south. And to do that, this would be all new construction. It would be full unit masonry. It would not be thin brick. And it would stay behind the property line.
So that would be the.
That is shown then in the subsequent pages on page 6, I think. You see the elevation, and again, you see that the property line is on the edge of this structure. So you can see that the building has been pulled back from the south edge of the property. Any other questions about the issue?
Nope, I think that.
Where is it said east patio. Where is the patio on this page? I'm missing
rendering. So the very last page is the page that shows the alternate. And so you can sort of see.
I see the patio where it says south patio. I see that.
It's
in the back.
It's hidden by the building.
Okay.
So it actually wraps around kind of behind, tucked behind the building in that view.
Oh, okay.
Page 13 helps out too.
Restaurants to the north, so that would be.
Yeah, this actually may help more, the axonometric, which is a very architecty word, but you can sort of see the shade structure comes back to the east.
I see.
And there was a question about how close this shade structure would come to the historic building to the east. I think it's about 7.5 feet, relatively, that's where the property line is between those two.
Can I just add a couple things to what I said?
Yes.
Okay, I am Al again at 205th Street, 2AU. One other thing I wanted to point out with the whole redo of the building, instead of keeping the existing structure that I like, is the fact that then we don't lose all that parking in that one area. Because I know that at a subsequent meeting that I was at, a previous meeting I was at, there was a lot of discussion about parking. And I think that then we could keep that nice big parking space for farmers market and shopping and all, because being a business owner, and I've been down here, this will be my 28th year, so I've been here a while. It's really important to have the parking, but also to have things that excite people and get them to come down and come on down the street. And I really think that this is something that would draw people in, because we work really hard, draw people down here. We work really hard to keep our businesses alive, and I think that would be a really nice feature in that. But that parking issue is something that I think would be nice to still maintain that by having the patio in the front. From the side.
Yes.
That's not about public parking though. That's for the employees and the owners, right?
That area, I believe, because we talked to actually Gary's Depot, and they utilize some of that space, and the other building that CPR uses would be for that. But I'm assuming with a restaurant, you would have more employees that you would have to accommodate. So people still park there in farmers market.
We did want to make that clear and as a differentiating factor between the two. Clearly, parking is at a premium. Valley Junction, we wanted to give an alternative that maximizes that.
Are there any comments for public? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm not public though, sorry.
No, there's time for public comment.
Yep, thank you.
Hi, Blaine Horman, 606th Street. I just want to again echo some of the words that have been said tonight. You guys did a fantastic job with this. This was amazing. My parents don't get to visit very often. I live about 2 hours away on a farm. My father is just here this weekend for the first time in about 18 months. He saw a lot of what's been happening in Valley Junction. He was just blown away. And one of the first things he said was, that would make a great patio space.
Oh my.
I was just elated to get home, pop up my computer and show him your renderings that were there. So I am in favor of really anything you choose to do, but I again just want to thank you with all the detail you guys have clearly put into this. I think anything that you have proposed here would be a great addition.
Good.
Thank you, Blaine.
Hello, I'm Kay Schiller. I'm co-owner of Momair. That started out at 123 Fifth Street, non-contributing. Moved to 201 Fifth Street, contributing. And we are now at 138 Fifth Street, contributing.
I love it.
Like contributing. This is actually a page from the application of the National Historic Register for our building. And some of you may be familiar with what I'm going to say, but for those of you who aren't, this was, our building was built in 1911.
Cool.
It wasn't, now on that space where we are, there was another building that was actually moved. And then this building, it was moved to 6th and Maple, which is no longer there, obviously. And then the current building, built in 1911. And this is what the newspaper said at that time. The buildings, about the building's appearance, they said they found it both squatty and tall enough to be 3 stories and lacking in harmony to the buildings around it. Now, if you look at that building today, you think this is a historic building. We would never do anything to destroy it. But how odd that back in 1911, that building's appearance was questioned. It's not questioned today. I am there in that store every single day we're open and hear a lot of feedback from people, not only the locals, but visitors from around the country about historic Valley Junction Business District. They love it because it's quaint and because the shops and restaurants, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. The shops and restaurants offer a lot of eclectic and unusual and unique experiences. And buildings like the one that's being considered by Scott, while people get very passionate about how things look, we can't stay the same. Valley Junction has always been a very dynamic place. It has experienced floods, fires, whatever, and a pandemic. The businesses there still keep coming back. People want to be there. And we need buildings that are going to attract great businesses.
Yeah.
And by taking this building, Scott, revamping it, modernizing it, even with the touches of historic that everybody wants around here, This is going to be a great addition to the entrance of Valley Junction. You know, the city put this beautiful entrance in. The buildings at the entrance of Valley Junction need to reflect the greatness of this area. And consequently, from my perspective, I can't even imagine our business being anyplace else. And I always say, when I was on the board, that you take any of our businesses and plop them separately in a strip mall, standalone, could we make it? Because Valley Junction offers a collective community of businesses working with one another. And I love that our residents are passionate as they are about this. But it's also very important to understand we need to keep growing. We can honor and respect the past, but we have to keep building towards the future. So Scott, I really commend you, and I appreciate what you're doing down here to help all of our businesses and create a very vibrant economic area within the community of West Des Moines.
He needs to run for governor. My gosh. That was amazing.
Bigley at 204.5 Fifth Street, First National Bank.
Good.
That I have to speak after that. I again, thank you guys for such a beautiful presentation. And I'm not gonna lie, when I came tonight, I was in full support of the alternate option because I was not aware it was gonna be a full demolition. But in reviewing in my head what I know about that space and your comment about the assessor's date of 1960, that is the weighted date, which is obviously incorrect. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that what's left of the original building that was there, which is honestly very little is left of the original building, was a barn structure, and I believe it was built in 1932. If that could be wrong. That's what I was understanding was built there. And then that brick, what we see there today, the concrete block, was put there in, I believe, 1980, approximately. And again, those dates may not be 100% accurate. That's just what I've been able to find in my research on there. And I haven't been down here for as long as Ann has or Kay, but in the 5 years that I have been here, I see that the work the city they've put in to make it into an entrance. And that's something that we're lacking on the building side, is that we don't have that entrance on the building side. And right now when you walk or drive into Valley Junction, you're walking into a big gray block. And that building has 2 glass block windows, I believe, on the south side, and a big sign. And those windows aren't, I shouldn't even say they're windows because you can't see in them. They're not visible in the store at all. So they're not really even windows. So it's totally kind of killing any sort of eastern movement in that area. And I really think including a patio there would really help expand and help people in the district realize there's even more to discover that way. Help carry you around the corner, because right now it's kind of like a wall, even though it's not. There is a sidewalk, but if you look down there, is there anything you're like, oh, what's that? No, you just see a concrete block. So again, thank you for bringing such beautiful designs. Both of them I think are great, but I personally like the alternate. I am disappointed that the alternate design can't have any sort of renovation of the original structure. But at the end of the day, considering what is left of what I would consider a historic building there is so minimal, it's in this case that I think this is the best option. Thank you.
Any other comments or public comment? Yes.
I'm Jay Secretary. So I'll second people that have said that this alternate plan looks really nice. Like I definitely like that the south patio open to resident. Yeah, like, that's where events happen. And like the existing buildings. So yeah, cool, not that other barn, who cares? Though I will say, from my mind, like, and I also think that you guys will do a decent job, blending it in since you're taking, like you guys are considering feedback, like the new wall thing and whatever. I will say, if it were my building, I think you're really missing out, and I'll probably get some pushback from other people in here, but I think you're missing out on an opportunity to have second story office or residential space on top of it, if you're tearing down the building anyway.
Any comment on your response to that?
Like that.
Not really.
Moving on. Moving on.
I'm not going there.
Yeah. No, thank you for bringing that up. Is there anyone on the comment?
I'm not seeing any. Debbie's microphone's open. She can speak if she has a question, but I'm not seeing anybody.
Otherwise, we'll direct it to the committee.
Otherwise, yeah, she's part of the committee, so
Okay.
I think we're ready for that discussion.
All right, so at this time, we will go ahead and call the public comment section of this committee meeting closed. So basically, in order to make the best use of everyone's time here, instead of debating or instead of talking about, you know, design between the two, I would like to make, I would like a motion on the preferred option and limit our discussion to that option. However, by limiting our discussions on one option does not mean that we are recommending the approval. That will require a separate vote when we have finished our discussion.
I think we need to discuss the two options though.
Yeah.
I'd motion that we discuss the alternative southern patio option.
Yeah, that's what
Is
you're here
there,
for. Input.
yep, is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Second, okay, so basically what we will do then, this motion allows us to discuss the design. It was raised on the second option, the alternate option, but that doesn't limit our discussion. It's obviously not approving it, it just opens it up for discussion to talk about. And then after that discussion, we will then have a vote on that motion. But just keep in mind that any discussion needs to be geared towards that motion. All right, so does anyone have any discussion that they would like to bring up? Yes, Ralph.
Yeah, I'd like to direct some comments to the architects and maybe get some input. The first thing I'd like to, name's Ralph Faskin, 729 5th Street. I'm part of the neighborhood association. Renee, I want to thank you and the council for giving us the opportunity to have citizen input in what we do. I sincerely appreciate it, I think, by all of us that we do that. I'm all about preserving buildings, but sometimes it's just not practical. And sometimes you're opening up a can of worms or creating more bad situations because there are things you have to do to modify the buildings. In this particular case, I think this building has lived its life cycle and it's time to be replaced. And I think, Scott, you've been very thoughtful in trying to present something to us that would reflect Valley Junction. There are just a few questions that I had is, one, do you own the property directly behind that area where there's a couple of parking spaces right now? Is that part of the site?
You're talking about this area right here, Ralph?
Yeah.
That lot goes all the way, to the alley.
It's, yep, so it's, I think we're gonna actually draw the property line and then we can relay that to everybody to see it. Maybe, it may not be clear enough in the current drawings.
Yeah, I didn't get a clarification because there's no notations. I guess what I'm looking for while you gentlemen are doing that is, are we going to have the opportunity to put in some new parking spaces?
And if I can, while they're drawing, just to make sure for individuals that are joining us online, you can see that there's a faint dashed line here that starts at the northeast corner of the retail space. That goes out to the alley, south to just a few feet before you get to the existing
I'm gonna
building.
show this to Brad, make sure it's right.
So back to the west and then south along what would be the, in this plan, the proposed patio. Yep. Yep.
Oh, I'm just gonna take it out and go in and have a nice bright
Yeah,
highlighter.
that's better,
Yeah,
okay.
in ink there is, and then it's the
Perfect.
property
Thank you
lines
for answering
there.
that
So,
question. So
we
my
can
question,
circulate this around.
yeah, while we're doing that, my question for Scott would be, are we looking at, or are you, sir? Can we get 12 maybe parking spaces put in there?
I don't know if there's the ability to put more parking, so to speak. We have to take out, we'd have to get a easement or, so go ahead.
And this is probably worth noting, because I was kind of like, what? Property line goes all the way to the alley, but evidently there is an easement that the city has over this back part where people have been parking.
Yeah.
So that would then have to stay as parking then.
So we could though conceivably modify it to enhance the parking for the restaurant and for Scott's property if we use that easement to his benefit, right?
This would have to stay as public parking.
Ballpoint line.
It has an easement on it, it's for public parking, so it's have to stay as parking.
Could we use that as an ingress and egress for parking on this particular property? You know, what I'm looking for is the possibility of more parking spaces. That's a possibility.
That is the parking.
It's certainly something that can be looked at, yeah.
Is that a possibility?
I'm willing to look at it. The city's willing to.
That would be one thing. And then the other question that I have for you, and you could probably address it, and maybe it's just an oversight. I know in the restaurant, it didn't show any,
There's no sound.
Excuse me?
what about grease?
We put a city code 5,000 or 10,000 gallon grease interceptor, probably more than likely in the rear. Wouldn't be able to do it.
Okay, so I'm kind of just assuming that, but just curious. And then has there been any conversation with the neighbor to the north regarding the peeling cinder block walls and the, for no better way of saying it, the ugliness of that building and if
Are you talking the acai bowl?
Yeah.
Scott, have you had that?
Yeah, but I think I'm familiar, I'm generally supportive. I haven't asked her to weigh in, and I wouldn't want to speak for her, but she's definitely aware of the project and we've talked about it and, again, I wouldn't want to speak for her. You'd have to ask her probably, but we've spoken and
maybe we can encourage some beautification then? Is that what you're kind of saying? No better way of saying it. And then just a few points on the front elevation. One, I really like the patios. I like the ability to create that social kind of interaction, especially like you think of Thursday nights and things like that, where you have pedestrian traffic, you have people congregating for the music, people sitting on the patio. I think that really adds a very dynamic feature to the park area. The one thing that I would ask, and you've been very considerate of showing us the brick and things, that the railings and stuff like that could reflect the railroad park railings and stuff, you know, the diamonds or whatever, and maybe you could look at some other things. Then on the front of the building, and these are just opinions, on the front of the building where the restaurant portion of the kitchen would be, that seems like a big massive brick to me. There might be some consideration there to look at that. Maybe it's the idea of just running a couple more row locks of brick or something like that, as you've already done in the top. And then just a few other things. We talked about that idea, that social idea. You know, we're in a pedestrian area, and so it's nice to see things that are scaled. I think Nick had a terrific idea with the knee walls, maybe 18-inch knee walls, you know, with brick ledges or limestone or something like that. That would look really terrific. It would also scale the store windows down. The other thing is, I noticed that at St. Kilda's, they had authentic transom, basically mullions and stuff that broke that glass down and kind of scaled it more to human scale. I think that might be nice. And then another component is it's on the east side, which means you get the west, you get a blast of it. One thing that's been very effective in Valley Junction is the use of awnings. And that idea, if you could potentially consider that, people are out there on a day and it's raining and things like that. They like to walk under it. It shades that particular area. You'll get more foot traffic because I always jump across the street. And so that's just, again, a few thoughts.
Absolutely. We'll just have to think if we want to incorporate that brick, kind of traditional brick, we'd cover it with a.
Well, and it might be possible where if you did do a transom glass across the top, you might be able to use an obscure glass with the awning over that. And that way you're not looking into the cobwebs and all that stuff. And it provides the shade, it provides protection, it creates better human scaling. And I think it'll just make it feel more quaint like a building. I like the slightly taller building because it gives you a lot of flexibility, I think, to what you can do.
There is historic precedent for obscured glass in the transom.
In the transoms.
Yeah.
I've just seen that done in some places and I thought it was a really effective way to use it, not having to deal with the other considerations. It always looks cool.
Right now, there is a line. If you imagine continuing the line.
That's exactly.
Is where the doors are shown, that line could continue across. And I am making notes. I'm people working document for us. Some of these.
Well, wouldn't you agree that kind of brings more human scale to it?
And
You don't have
just, no, the only comment I want to make is our design process is like this long. I've only used up this much. We're like maybe 10% into the design, so.
That's why I asked earlier if this was our big shot. If this is a big chance, I'm gonna unload.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but those were just some comments and, I think you've done a really nice job on designing this in a way that's gonna fit within the park area. I think it's gonna complement the area. I'm gonna be very supportive of it. And, again, I'm all about restoration, as Meredith knows. But in this particular case, again, that building has lived its life, time to go and come up with something that's a great alternative and will enhance the community in the Valley Junction area, the historic Valley Junction area. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you, Ralph. Who else has any discussion about the design?
I just want to know what restaurant's going in there. Is that the elephant in the room that nobody's answered? Nobody's asked this right now?
No lease aside. We don't have American.
I'm going to start a restaurant then. I'm going to start a restaurant. Everybody want to join me?
Let us know, please.
No, this is amazing. Partners, I need partners.
Are you buying?
Notes I have on the elevation right now are addition of a transom, potential addition of more interest in this sort of solid block of masonry, which is where the kitchen is. Also the potential introduction of awnings to help deal with the western sun, which certainly we are going to have that.
Yeah, and then, this comes out of the fact I'm being in the neighborhood. I have a dog and I walk that area quite a bit. And dogs are always welcome at Meredith's business, by the way, which is nice.
I love that.
So, right? I can still bring my dog in, right?
Service dogs now.
Okay. Oh, boy. Yeah. Okay. This is tough. Anyways, thank you.
And I did add the note, knee wall under the glass, which is.
Now, that would be really attractive. And I think it would add again to scaling everything down because we want it to feel quaint, feel comfortable, inviting. And I love the storefronts. I like walking down there at night looking at them. Adam's family's cute.
Perfect. Well, anything, what other? Do you have a comment?
Well, I mean, I'm totally in favor of this project. I love the south facing patio. You can go look at Google Maps and you probably actually grab this shot from Google Maps and put the render in there. And I can totally tell how the current building really does block out the train depot. I like how the patio does open up that sight line into the train depot that's behind it, or at least I believe that was the train depot, the antique store. Yep. So you can't even see that today from the corner as soon as you pull in. So that was, I'm all on board with the southern patio. I think it's going to be a great attraction for the restaurant to be on that, to have that plan too, for music in the Junction, which I just helped playing beers for that on Thursday, and man, that is popular. So that'll be, I think the southern patio is like, whatever, it's not my money, but that's the one that I would go to.
The potential also to have other impact on the park to the south. Blend some of that energy and activity that other adjacent.
Yeah, and I feel like the original, the proposed one, the non-alternative, hiding the patio in the back is a little, I guess, just odd to me, even just looking at that one. It's like literally hiding commerce happening. No one People don't walk down the alleys a lot.
Part of the site that's available.
Right, there's a constraint. But I don't mind, concrete bricks set in 1980 coming down. It's pedantics whether or not there's an original, concrete block behind the brick or not. So I don't even think that's a variable here. I think it's getting the best site plan recommended by this committee to go through like 4 more committees, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mitchell. Yes, Nate?
I think with some changes, it could look really good. I guess my only concern as a resident is we said there would be absolutely no new construction during this time. As in tear downs.
That's November 1st. No new construction up until November 1st.
Yeah.
So if it gets paused, that's my only concern is we told these residents there would be absolutely no tear downs during this time. We promised the residents this. And now we are going behind their backs and pushing this through. If you remember, I don't city council meetings since the beginning of this.
I don't agree with that statement. I think actually there's a lot of residents who are aware of what's going on. We have a lot of online engagement. A lot of us are trying to engage residents near us, and people see these
Back in
plans.
April, when we were at the city council, and they told them absolutely no tear downs.
There won't be any. I mean, there's no way that gets torn down before November 1st. It's not even going to be.
We're 10% into this design process. There's no way we're hitting 100% by November.
Let's say you get
The question, what's the timeline on this? It's a great question. What is the timeline,
This is an excellent comment. To give you a context of the timing, as I said, we're like 10% done. For us to finish our design drawings, to be able to get the contractor, so the contractor has not looked at this or put pricing to it. We have a couple months of work just completing the drawings. There will be a plan review. As you heard, there's a number of meetings. So there's a subcommittee meeting of the council. There is potentially a plan and zoning meeting that we'd have to attend. And then once those meetings are done, we have to take our completed plan review. It's maybe 5 weeks. So
we talking spring?
It's possible
the
moratorium could be extended. I can't really, I think it's not possible that any activity would happen on site before November 1. We just won't. Is that true?
I was gonna say April. I mean, honestly, by the time we start.
Do everything, it's really the spring.
April.
Don't you wish things would move that fast? Don't you wish things would move that fast, but they don't?
Right. We also agree, I'm speaking for these guys, but the design team and the developer, we have no desire to have the neighborhood be up in arms about a project. We want to go through the process. We want to build a consensus. We want the neighborhood to, just like the committee would want to. And so the schedule is going to be part of that. There's no desire to like hoodwink the moratorium. This, as Renee had said, this is more about starting a conversation that would allow a process that will take months to complete. And so
I just think
I don't want to send it of a project that legitimately say that tried to trick anybody into something. That's not what business is based on, and that's not what we would do.
Yeah. I'm going to add my impression of the moratorium and like the function it's created. We have the privilege to have input on people's private property. I mean, that's pretty insane. Like Tim Ripa, sorry if I got your name, Ripma.
Close enough.
He doesn't get to tell me what to do with my house at 804 4th Street. I mean, this is an insane privilege to have, that we get to have this much input. The moratorium to me was not pulling the emergency brake and bringing the train to a stop. The moratorium maybe tapped the brakes, and now we get, I think Brad said this is the first time the plans are really hitting a public meeting. I think that was the function of the moratorium. We're doing that right now. So
I just go back and encourage you to look at the meeting minutes.
okay, so you go and tell residents when you have blocked development that could increase like economic.
I'm just saying.
I mean, how do you go back to people like that?
You're not blocking it, but the whole purpose of this was to get building standards and designs and get community involvement in it. That was the whole purpose.
I think we're crafting that, like, things are in flight, the plane's flying, we gotta fix the plane, and we can't land it. And we are kind of helping craft the idea of the community as projects and conversations can happen, which they're fully in their right to do so. And we are gonna get to something, I forgot what the schedule with, I know Tesco is gonna try to get on the aesthetic question pretty soon, by like our second meeting. We should start having results by like, I don't know, February or March.
And these are conversations that I think we can have after the meeting, to really kind of dive in and proceed with that. However, if we want to get back to agenda, and that is the design ahead of us, we, some of the board members and I actually walked around the business district and talked to quite a few business owners and got their take on these designs. We hit a lot of them in the first block and then tried emailing those that we couldn't get to because it was a busy Thursday afternoon, walking around and talking to people because they are very passionate. And when they hear of improvements coming on down there, their eyes light up because they've seen the increased traffic that is happening down there with all the more people living down there, working down there, and visiting here. So everyone that we talked to as far as that Thursday afternoon walking around was very excited about this project. And I would say 99% of them favored the alternative plan. The only one that didn't was CPR because they want to be in that first bay. But they understand the process. They approve the design. We spent a lot of time with Gary's Depot, which is the building just to the east of them. The one that it'll be, I think the patio, we talked to them about being 1.5 feet from their property line and 7.5 feet from their building. They're on board with that. They love the idea of the patio being open more and showcasing their building. So they fact, they're like, well, I might have to fix my sign now because people will be able to see it. So having that support, I think, from our business community down there is really important. Not everyone is going to agree, unfortunately. But the majority of the comments were, we need change, we need more businesses, we need people to improve the buildings down here. And we view that project as just that. We also view fixing the ADA issues as a huge thing down there. So thank you for that. You know, the storefront windows, you know, luckily at our store, we have beautiful large storefront windows and we fully take advantage of that. People can peek in, you know, they walk their dogs at night or they're walking by from another restaurant and they can see in and see what that business looks like. And even if they're closed, they want to come back because they get an idea for what it is. So yeah, so we're very excited about this. Some other comments, Mark Viak wasn't able to be here tonight, but he did email some comments. He said, hi all, unfortunately I cannot attend this meeting. I am way up in Maine on vacation, probably no reception either. I have looked at both plans and I think they're both okay, but think perhaps I lean towards the one that has the outdoor dining adjoining Railroad Park for festivals, etc. And it might free up some space behind the building to be used then for customer employee parking, might help as an attraction to draw people into the entrance of Valley Junction also. We'll look forward to others' input. Regards, Mark Viak. And I think he kind of nailed it on the head. When you drive up and you see that activity, you see that energy, you want to be a part of that. And I think that's a great opportunity for Historic Valley Junction, because at the end of the day, we are an economic development area and we need to drive the economy and businesses down here while respecting our history, but still revitalizing our efforts here. Yes.
I'm just glad it's a restaurant, not an apartment building. Thank you.
Restaurant.
Second that.
We need more restaurants. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know the hour is long, so I just want to say thank you for everybody's comments. And I really, this is a diverse group of individuals that have all in common what they'd like to see for this area. And like you said, Meredith, some of us are going to agree and disagree. I do want to speak to your comment, Nate, about the moratorium. We are going to honor that moratorium. And this discussion does not negate that November 1st, there is not going to be any tear downs. And I know some people are mentioning that it's going to get extended. We don't really know that. It may or it may not, but I want the group to know too, extending a moratorium has more impact than just what happens on
on Fifth Street. It's an area that affects a lot of other folks. So again, I am interested in doing what is best. I know that this group was put together to help come up with some design standards and things that will help us as developers want to do infill development and others. So I'm hoping that we'll still get to that. I know there was a consultant hired, so that work yet still needs to be done for sure. But I hope that people don't feel that we're going behind their backs doing stuff, because these are public meetings. Let your friends know they can come to these meetings. We have public comments. So I want to make sure we're being transparent in this process and being very transparent that anybody that wants to come and share their thoughts, they're open to do that. So I don't ever want to think that we're going behind people's back. And if we are, we need to really talk about that, because we do want transparency. And that building is not going to be torn down before November 1st. It is 6 months down the road before anything really, truly, probably at least 4 or 5 months down the road before anything would be able to happen. But this discussion in terms of, does this committee have an affinity toward what they're doing, gives us a lot of impetus as we're deciding and discussing things in a city council level. Or are they doing something that's so incredibly crazy for this area that is going to have everybody in arms? And that is what we have to listen to.
Absolutely.
I don't know if that makes sense, but
yes.
Just one quick point. The Planning and Development Committee, Subcommittee is a very casual group that listen and they return your calls. And so my hat's off to you and Matt on that too. I know I had another issue on zoning stuff and they addressed it. And I would like to think that you would go out of your way to make sure when this comes before you, that you'll make sure that the public is well aware. It can be public comment.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
If I could talk a little bit about timing, I know that's some concerns there. In order to get to the age where they can even submit to the city an approval process to the Planning and Development Council Subcommittee, and that's probably at least 3 to 4 weeks away. So there's a month right there. And I was asking them how long would it take plans to go through the site plan approval process? They said about 60, 3 months right now.
Wow.
Typical process for processing a site plan through Plan Zone Commission City Council is typically 60 to 90 days. So you've got 2 to 3 months there. So, you're looking at 5 to 6 months easily before, they'd even be in a position to know that they got approval, or they could even go forward and, do any development there. So I know there's other issues with the moratorium and what may or may not have been, but I'm just talking about process. It's not like something's going to happen there tomorrow.
Are there any comments from the committee or questions?
Meredith?
Yes, absolutely, Debbie.
I would just like to say that I sincerely hope that the passion of the comments by Cutler and crew about the history and their commitment to what many of us, I would say all of us, believe in, will be carried forward, not just with this project, but with any future project, because that behavior will heal in many ways our community and create a vibrancy and positivity that will make everyone, I think, come together and be very happy. It's what so many people have considered as part of historic Valley Junction. And so I will have faith in that pledge.
Thank you, Rose. Yes.
I just wanted to point out, there will be meeting minutes from this meeting produced. we will take those meeting minutes and use them as we present to other groups and acknowledge the feedback we've gotten from this group so that there's a record of the feedback we've gotten and the changes to this design that have been made. And we certainly will make those available to the city staff. And I hope that they can come back to this committee so you can see the impact of your comments on the design.
I think that's fantastic. Yes, thank you very much. If there are no other comments, or Vince, did you have something?
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't want to repeat, a lot of things that everybody said already. But I think that we have a pretty good vehicle here to drive, when we're talking about design standards and passion, from the neighborhoods about how we want things to look. And also, I've lived here my whole life and, my grandparents came here and lived across the railroad tracks in a boxcar, and we've seen all kinds of changes, and I've seen a lot of growth and deterioration and changes and stuff in the city here. So I think we've got an opportunity here to do something, and I kind of describe it this way. We can almost take an old building that really doesn't have any historical value other than the things that we remember seeing, walking by or whatever, but then that isn't on the historical register, and build something that looks historical and matches the color of the bricks and the entryways and things like that, and the knee walls and all that, and something that's going to live on. And not deteriorate and sit there, and I don't really know what the building looks like inside anymore. I haven't been in there other than going into the Photoshop when I've been in there. But so I think, again, I just think we've got a vehicle here we can drive, and let's drive it. Let's do something with it. And, let's be aggressive about it. And I think we've got some open minds here and some respect that we can tap into. And so, there's a couple things, just like the patio wrapping around the building there. It's kind of cool, little walkway around the building there. It's even got a little New Orleans look to it there on the end. And so, I think a patio shut off in the back there might, I don't know. If we got an opportunity to do something like that, some places that have their patio situated where, it had to be that way or whatever, well, we can do something new and fresh here. But yeah, and again, and like Nate, with a lot of the people that we represent and go back and have to talk to, I think with a lot of the information that we picked up here, that we can go back, and I don't want to say sell it, but at least explain, what happened here, and maybe we can ease some real deep, hot passions about, what's happening or what they think is happening. But no, I'm with you too, because like I said, this has been my home forever. So I'm on board with that sentiment and that passion as well. Thank you.
Sounds like there may not be any. Thank you, Vince, for that. If there are no further comments, I know Vicky, you're joining here. Do you have any comments related to anything?
I don't have any comments. I apologize. I had to speak at an event downtown, but, I wouldn't miss this. So I'll catch up on it, and I'm hearing good things. So no comment.
So we'll return to the motion on the floor. The motion on the floor was that the alternate plan would be the preferred option. Again, this is not a recommending vote. This is just that this would be the preferred option, and we will have a separate vote if that passes to choose to recommend that one. So all in favor of the alternate option as the preferred option, should we do a roll call vote for this? Okay.
Can I do it?
Yes, absolutely.
I have everyone's names listed. Scott Hatfield.
Yes.
I know they're not in order of how you're sitting, sorry. Mitchell.
Yes.
Nate Holland.
I'm gonna have to say no.
Okay. Dan Earl.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Vince Valdez.
Yes.
Leo Underwood.
Yes.
Meredith Wells.
Yes.
Ralph Haskins.
Yes.
Julie.
Yes.
Jeff Trannell.
Yes.
Catherine Harrington left. I did ask her. She said yes. So do you guys comfortable with that, or do you want me to not count her as voting?
I'm comfortable with her, yes.
Huh?
I'm comfortable with her being a yes.
I'm comfortable with her as well. She sounded in support.
I think she spoke enough that we know where she felt, that I can. Okay. Scott Cutler abstaining. Renee Hardman does not vote. Vicky Longhill
Yes.
and Debbie Westfall Swander.
Yes.
So. You need me to count.
All right, the motion passes that would be the preferred design. Then we go ahead and proceed with a vote to recommend it to council. Is that correct, Clyde?
A motion, yes.
Yep. Is there a motion to recommend the alternate plan to city council or to proceed and recommend this for? Thank you.
Second.
Second by Julie. Perfect. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Scott Cutler? All right, the motion passes and we will recommend the alternate plan. Anything? any other-
Can I still?
Wait, that was Debbie.
Am I?
All right, go ahead, Debbie. I'm muting again.
Are we on the first vote?
Oh, boy.
I already voted.
Pardon me, I couldn't hear that.
The vote already occurred.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. I bumped myself out.
That's all right. And we did get your vote.
Any other comments or discussion?
The only thing I would say is thank you all very much for, meeting and consideration and everything. So thank you again. Very.
And thank you everyone for being here as well.
Do we take our binders or?
No, I'll take the binder, just leave those there.
Oh, okay. Adjournment. There's.
Thank you.
Want us to take these?
Good meeting.
I think the meeting's over now. I think it's over. It's probably okay to leave.